Talk to me like I owe you something. I didn't say that. You're always on my ass about tax time.
Taxes, then.
Do it.
William, what's up?
Listen, I remember you, Will. Don't talk to me like I owe you something.
I didn't say that. Hey, boy, can I get something, please?
No.
When we was younger. Yeah, but
I think I forgot.
I'm homeless, boy.
So what that got to do with me? I ain't do that.
Oh, shit.
Take care of my team. Can I get a picture of my sister? You're always on my ass about tax time.
Taxes, then.
Let's do it.
William.
I mean, he ain't wrong. There's a way better way to do that. Way better way to do that. But even then, it's janky. Could have, as a matter of fact, you wanted money that bad, if you were in that dire straits, you could have got his autograph and then sold it. Said it yesterday. You guys want to know what a third world country inside the United States looks like? Right here. This is what they do in third world countries. But in third world countries, their protesting means something. In this country, most of the protesting doesn't actually mean anything, and it's just Karens. Karens and people with nothing better to do. That's smart. And anyway, seriously, if you're renting your house out as an Airbnb, don't do this stuff. This is insane. Not to mention, that is like an old janky thermostat. Like 70-year-old thermostat. Get the hell out of here. And of all the places, Wisconsin, go figure. Y'all are ignorant. To be honest, doing stuff like this, there should be rules on Airbnb for doing stuff like this. All this extra stuff y'all want to do with these Airbnbs, trying to steal money from people, no. You should be sued out of existence, and the house in which you try to defraud people with gets turned over, and somebody better than you gets to have that house. Because doing this, you don't belong owning a home at all. Not at all. And if this is fake and this person did this themselves, it doesn't matter. Because there are people that do this. They will rent out their home as an Airbnb, and then they'll lock down everything that means anything in the house. As if the Airbnb people purposely come into their houses to steal. And to run their electric bills up through the roof. Maybe you should put that into the contract you have people sign for your Airbnb. You show them what the meter reading was before they came in, and then you show it to them afterward, and you charge them accordingly. Don't do this, because then I hope you lose your ability to be an Airbnb. I really do. You don't belong owning. You don't deserve to own a house if this is a tactic you think is good. And if you agree with that, you should be homeless. Looked like a Desert Eagle 50 caliber. It definitely punched a hole through the floor. That 50 cal close range like that, yeah, it punches straight through. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. He's probably gone through his 47th his 47th thing of nails too. Yeah. Definitely should be in jail. Put a foot right in his dick. Then reach out, grab his dick and twist it. Give him the old dick twist. You want to be a scumbag? You should be able to get your ass stomped into the ground. That should be how it works. Programming. I mean, you can send that to yourself from any number. They have spoofing apps all over the place. Yeah. I've lived in Canada my whole life, and they've only lived in like one slither of Canada their whole life. Mm-hmm. Nope, he's gone. He's gone. If every player just got juked like that, he's gone. There's no way. No way he's getting caught. Boom, crushed. One last chance, and no, you don't got it. And that's one of the worst for somebody that's kicking like that, doing punting, doing field goaling. The worst thing in the world is to drop the catch. Drop the snap. It's hard to recover after that. Damn. Yeah, you're going to jail, buddy. Oh, that's bad. It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna tell you it's gonna be bad. Oh yeah, hitting that guardrail face first. Ooh. Nope, hitting the sign face first. The guardrail would have been worse. At least the sign, that platform that sits on is not really the platform. That has a flat, more of a flat surface to smack into. Whereas that guardrail, that's like a spear running through the front end of your vehicle. If you're going fast, that thing will spear your shit all the way through. The hell just happened? That's crazy. I want one. Oh, no way. Nah. Hmm. Oh, they're doing some of the stuff that England's been doing, setting up devices that basically just cancel people from being able to just graffiti proof stuff. I thought they were putting down those spike things like the UK started doing for a while. Some cities started doing, putting spikes and homeless deterrents around. Like, yeah, your um your solution for solving homelessness is to just push homelessness around the city. Yeah, Watchdog could have been one of the best games if anybody else had it. Does Debbie Does Dallas the wrong way? Mm-hmm. And potatoes? Oh, bouncy balls. That's cool. Probably did a lot of damage to stuff though. Those things do pick up speed. Like they have their own built-in accelerator. Their bounce is their accelerator. So if they're bouncing downhill, each time it bounces, it's going to pick up speed. It'd probably destroy that frog. If one splatted right into it, it would destroy that frog. She needs fired. Get her the hell out. Get old Pammy Pam. Get her out.
Oh, now it's on.
Ah.
What the fuck are you doing? My brother died at the Battle of Hoover Dam. You're desecrating a war memorial.
I just want to start.
Oh, now it's on.
Ah! The scream. I didn't even see the scream. Private Kowalski. Private empty. Oh, that's gonna. Yep. Goodbye, your bag. It's about to stir my bag. Yep. Nope. Not likely. Mm-hmm. Play stupid games, win all the prizes. I promise that. You got to go buy some goofy products. You're probably doing it wrong. You want to get ice off your vehicle? Go buy a traditional scraper. Traditional scraper. And if you're lazy, frugal, or whatever, grab you a spatula, a plastic spatula, not a metal one, because it increases the chance of you damaging your windshield or going off and then hitting your paint. Use a plastic one. A plastic scraper works same way. Or if you have one of those the dough cutters, a plastic dough cutter, same thing. You just need something to be able to scrape underneath the ice. Don't use hot water. Don't use anything that's an extreme opposite temperature of the air that's outside, because you dump that hot water on your windshield, it will delete your windshield. It will Control Delete and shut your windshield down. Don't use chemicals either. Random chemicals. If you really wanted to use something, use windshield wiper fluid. They're specifically formulated for stuff like that. Now, granted, they in hot weather states and stuff like that, you don't really they don't specifically make windshield wiper fluid for snow and stuff like that. But I mean, still the same thing. You just need it. They don't freeze. Windshield wiper fluid a lot of times doesn't freeze. Or if you're that up in arms about it. then go pour you a little bit of antifreeze into a spray bottle, give it a few spurts on your windshield. It'll cut right through the snow. It'll cut right through it, cut right through the ice, and then you can just scrape it. It'll slush it up and you can scrape it off. Now, granted, you're probably going to want to run some windshield wiper fluid over it afterward because it might leave a weird film over top of your windshield. But if it's that big of a deal, if you're that in a rush, then yeah. But again, windshield wiper fluid, that's it. That's all you need. Put it into a spray bottle, spray it on your windshield, and use your scraper to scrape it off. You don't need all this goofy stuff, these formulated stuffs. It's dumb. Stop doing dumb stuff. I love videos like this. It's good editing. That's cool. I like stuff like that. My beard was about that long and I cut it off. I didn't grow for 10 years. You don't got to do it with your shirt off. Yeah, don't do that. It's going to be bad. Don't do that. You'll be mistaken for an alien. Like a damn robot. Don't do this. You will be given a case of mistaken identity with a clanker. Not even close, bro. Nope. Close. Not really. There was one guy that you were like, oh no, oh no, oh no. And then like one little droplet like finishes it off and resets it. Ah. 24 hours later, and y'all's graffiti protection wall gets undone. Let me guess, you're going to freeze it? For what? What's the purpose? People are dumb. Like, stop doing dumb stuff and thinking that you're gonna trick people into doing the same dumb stuff. Y'all are ignorant. Don't suck in. That sucks for somebody that's got a bee allergy. So, no. The guy with the saw. There's a reason you have squad automatic weapons that go into buildings. There's a reason. Stuff like that. The person with the saw takes up a firing position at this doorway, trains that saw on that doorway. The person with everybody else should be evacuating this room. Person with the people with the squad automatic weapons sit at the doorway, one side or the other, doesn't matter. Preferably you want one going on this side and the other on the other side. So when one is laying down suppressive fire to keep this, to allow the team exfil, the moment they go into reload or need to evacuate themselves, the other can take up the firing position and keep the suppressive fire trained on the doorway until everybody is exfilled. And then when this person needs to egress, they keep pointed this direction, move back slowly while everybody else has already cleared behind them, so that person doesn't need to turn around and run. No, they just keep their weapon trained and step backwards, slow pace, keeping their weapon in their eyes trained on the doorway. Something breaches through it, you delete it. This is why we need people to have like the ability to recompartmentalize on crazy. Again, this is why military train for this stuff all the time, like constantly, so that if something was to happen, you don't everybody go into a panic mode. And the only way to keep them safe, you guys don't do. Because if the people who were attacking from this end were better trained, they would have already seen how much panic was going on in this area, and they would have filled this doorway. And all these people would have they would have either shot each other trying to shoot the enemy, or they would have all gotten deleted because their panic would have taken away their ability to respond. This is why it's very, very important for military to train in these situations constantly. In the military, you should be in one of those drill rooms all the time. To be honest, it looks like it. Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, yeah, that's 510 cart. That's 510 thread. Because you could have said the way he was cupping it, it could have been just he didn't want to be somebody throwing accusations, oh, he's a cigarette smoker. It's more acceptable that that's marijuana. But that's funny though. He hits it like a lot of people do in public, hiding, making it to where you can't see what he's actually hitting. Right here, you can see better definition. You can see that that's 510 cart, but he pulls it up and completely palms it. Look at it. Completely palms it, and using his, essentially he's like this, using one of the lower fingers to hit the button. And it's probably this. He's probably smoking on this right here. The G-Pen series. Snoop Dogg's brand. I've had 2 of these. The reason I bought this is because when I'd be driving around in my truck delivering, I'd set it into my lap and it'd sit on my crotch, on my fupa. And then when I'd get out of my truck, it would go firing off. And sometimes if I'm super busy, I wouldn't hear it hit the ground. And if it's in grass or against something that's, or it falls against debris that takes away the sound, then I wouldn't hear it. And one night that happened. Luckily, it was like the cartridge was dead cartridge anyway, so there was nothing left on the cartridge. But the pen itself, these are expensive. This pen, this battery is between $50 and $75 a piece. It comes with a whole kit. I don't know where I put mine at right now. Oh, here it is. Comes with this. Get this with it. Because this is a dual pin. It not only takes this, but you can unscrew this. Oh, here it is. You unscrew that, the cartridge off of it. They have this chamber. Take it, screw this chamber on it. Nope. Stuff from my other pen. All right, screw that chamber onto it. Then you have this little mouthpiece right here. This right here. This goes right there. And it turns into a essentially a dab pen. It goes from just a regular vape pen to a dab vape pen, which it has a setting that when you turn it on, you double tap, and it's basically is a heating process. It starts a heating process where it'll heat up the dab oil. Oh yeah. This is the chamber that you need to use the dab piece, because it goes in, screws into here like that, and this piece heats up really hot, really hot, which is why it's its own separate chamber. It heats up really hot, and in doing so, like I said, it goes down into here. So it sits into this chamber, sits into this little reservoir to keep it to where you can hold on to the outside of it without touching this. Sits like that. Over top. I'm not going to screw it all together, but this is essentially the thing. And the mouthpiece goes on top of it. But without this, you can't really use this, because this mouthpiece doesn't go over there. And it will melt this rubber. It will melt that. But again, I don't use it only because the oil is super expensive. I don't really mess with it. It's just too expensive for my abilities. I mean, if I can't afford to get my medical license back, then I'm not gonna worry about getting higher dollar stuff. These are one of the cheapest things you can get. And I say cheapest because that's twofold. They're not only one of the cheapest in price, but they're also one of the most economical, because you can get the disposables, but they range from, I've barely ever gotten a 1 gram disposable. Most of your disposables run from like 350 milligrams all the way up to half a gram. So you're not getting as much. Because again, they don't want you just buying disposables. They want you to buy a disposable, run through it, be back the next day, buy another disposable. They want you to kind of do that. And if you're not doing that, they want you to buy something that's going to last you longer. They're going to want you to spend more money on flour, more money on edibles, more money on the cartridges or the pods or something else. They don't want you buying disposables as your main. Which is also why they offer they always are offering some type of deal when you buy disposables, carts, pods, things like that. They always offer a deal. And you don't got to throw the person's character under the bus. Just know that it's a twofold situation. Not saying that it is deserved, justified, blah, blah, blah. It's a twofold situation. ICE agents, Border Patrol agents, they're not tasked with dealing with civil unrest, riots, protests, stuff like that. They're tasked with doing an investigation, pinpointing an illegal immigrant, and deporting them. That's literally, those are their tasks. But when you have the politicians radicalizing and activating their subordinates, it puts ICE and Border Patrol into a situation that they're not ultimately ready for. And that doesn't mean, well, that they should be ready. No, it's not. They shouldn't. No, they shouldn't be ready to be attacked by people. They shouldn't at all. But again, it goes back to what I was saying, what I've been saying. This civil unrest isn't for illegal immigrants. It's not, say, we want you protect the illegal. No, it's not. It's not. It's not for that. The civil unrest that's going on is being perpetrated by people who are very close to the sun right now. They're close to the sun. They feel the heat on their wings, and they're doing anything possible so that their wings don't catch fire, but while also allowing them to stay as close to the sun as possible. That's what's happening. You are being activated by people who are purposely attempting to keep power, keep the fraud, keep everything bad that we disagree with in this country. They're trying to keep all of that going. You can keep it perpetually moving forward. So stop allowing yourselves to be activated. Like, I'm tired of saying it. Well, don't say it no more. We got to keep saying it. People are still doing it. They're still allowing themselves to be activated. I mean, you can kind of see how it works. You don't need the diagram at the bottom. Ayo. Are you serious? That, to be honest, that person should be released from baseball altogether. Should be completely released from baseball, never to be allowed, and then prosecuted for assault with a deadly weapon, because a baseball bat is a deadly weapon. Let's not be ignorant and idiots about the whole thing. A baseball bat is a deadly weapon. It's not. It can be a no. It is 100% a deadly weapon. Because just like the same with a gun, you put a gun and to an idiot's hands, it's a deadly weapon. You put it into a smart person's hand, it's just a defense mechanism. So you swing a baseball bat at somebody, you should be ready to be treated like you just pulled out a gun and tried to shoot somebody. Damn, my homie's doing drive-bys in the 1800s. What flavor husband do you have? Wouldn't that be what flavor autism does your husband have? Because that's some autistic shit. Yeah, I've seen that. It's really cool. It's not a mistake, though. Purposeful. They do it. Like, I would say there's probably a set number of bottles that they have that they want to make a collector's bottle like that. So between bottle 100 and 350 every time, you just a random number between that range gets a collector's model, and it's essentially that, just making it to where it looks like a mistake, like somebody dropped the bottle into the thing. Because like I said, I can guarantee you they have a set number within a range that they do stuff like that too. Mm-hmm. Oh, and she didn't even go the hammer side. Nah, she went straight claw side. You don't get the knockout punch. You get the deletion. She went straight for deletion. She was ready. She was ready to delete him. Say, oh yeah, cops are gonna want to review this as evidence. So I need to flip go from murderous to self-defense. That's good though. First thing she did was grab that damn hammer, ready to smack his life away. A giant waste of money. Like, if a great portion of the price you're paying for at a restaurant is the presentation, then no. You're at a terrible restaurant, and you probably should stop shopping at stupid places. That's cool. Stop. Like, your children didn't ask to be turned into your social media feed. Oh goodness, goodbye your bag. It's because the again, Singapore might have financial oppression, but they also have a lot of other things going on. So whenever they take care of an oppression, it gets, you see where it gets turned into. It gets turned into progression. When we deal with an oppression, we send our Karens out to the streets and protest ICE. Instead of saying, what can we do to stop all this financial oppression that we cause purposely? It's meh, who cares? They'll buy, Americans are rich. They got a lot of money. They can buy whatever they want. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, one would assume it's something that needs dealt with. I love Penn and Teller. It's good. He's ready to kill somebody. GTA 6 isn't coming to PC for any other reason than capitalism. So don't pretend like PC users are the reason. Because as a matter of fact, Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. Console gamers, they'll be playing and be playing and be playing. And eventually the player base does what they normally do because console gamers have very tiny brains. And they'll lose interest. Once they pollute each other so much that they get irritated with one another, they'll pollute each other right out of the gaming space, and they'll just essentially be playing the single player until the PC players are added to the conversation. And the moment PC players are added to the conversation, you'll have reverse engineered GTA 6 where you have RP modes. The RP servers will start popping up day one PC release. Then the player base for the console stays dead. It stays dead. Then they all become viewers of the streamers that are playing GTA 6 on PC. Because nobody wants to watch a console player play a video game at all, ever. There's nothing about watching somebody sit there with a controller in their hands and just do this. Like, this is dumb and boring to me. Yeah, oh man, I can't shoot. Oh, I need aim assist. Oh man, aim assist. That's the only way I'm good at these console games, aim assist. Nobody wants to sit all day and watch that. That's stupid. Maybe if they're a bunch of 11-year-olds. But the most boring thing you can do is sit and watch a console streamer. Like you have to not care at all about being entertained. If console streamers are your preferred method of entertainment. Oh. And what is this? It's not very sanitary. Sitting there with an IV bag. Yep. Definitely blew a hole through him and that thing. Yep. One of those things when I was a kid, like people would say, oh, I wanted to be a firefighter as a kid, but it just looks so dangerous. No, as a kid, I really, like, to me, that was like true heroism. Seeing imminent danger and barreling right back into it. Why I became a soldier, why I built myself the way I have. Because I'm not the kind of person that sees danger and instantly starts fleeing. It might take me a second to kind of compartmentalize what's happening to be able to break it down and turn it into actionable intelligence. But no, anytime I see danger, I'm one of those stupid white people that runs toward it. And it's not because I'm stupid, it's because I know my capabilities. I know what I'm capable of. I've been taught to deal with life or death situations. So why would I take all that training, put it in my pocket, and run away? That's like, I don't. The reason you become a soldier isn't to always look for an enemy. It's to be able to take any and everything that you've been trained to do, and adapt it to any and all situations that you come across. Like, say you come across a house fire. You're not trained to fight fires in the military, but you're actually trained to evacuation of people, and you're taught as a kid how to deal with smoke. And you're exposed as an adult, you're constantly exposed to the tricks of the trade that people have learned over time. Like, you want to survive in a fire, one of the best things you can do is to take a wet towel, blanket, or not really a blanket, because it's really thick, becomes really heavy, and it gets hard to move. You want something that's going to be thinner, but can hold in liquid, like a towel, something like a beach towel. You sop it wet, you drape it over yourself, you'll be able to withstand the heat. The smoke really won't be able to penetrate the wet towel because of the water molecules. So putting some type of wet towel or wet garment, not a blanket, not a sheet, not anything that's big and can get bogged down, but something small enough you could drape over the top of you, And you can kind of peer out through a small piece of it. But something like that can keep you alive. And if you're somebody that's trained, there's a high chance that you come across a situation that needs immediate intervention and you're responding like the stupid white people running into danger. I'll be the stupid white person running into danger. Make fun of me all you want. But you know what? I didn't think about me. All I thought about was all of them. I'm one, that's many. It's a logical choice. It's an absolutely logical choice. Well, what happens if something happens to you? And that's how the cookie crumbles. That's how the cookie crumbles. Probably a variable that I didn't really think to account for. Well, that's why they say don't run back into a burning place because it's collapsing and things like that. If you think firefighters stop themselves from running back into a burning house, oh, well, it's going to collapse. It might collapse between now and the next hour or two. No, they're not. They're going to keep it in mind. Okay, this place has been burning. There's a chance that something might collapse in here. Okay. Get in here, get moving fast, get these people out of here. Get anything that is danger of loss of life, get it out of here. You don't think about, oh, I need to stop because they might collapse. No. You have eyeballs, you have a brain, you have a sensory cortex. Adapt it as it's coming. The inputs can be used and compartmentalized and adapted instantaneously if you allow yourself to do that. But you also have to be put into situations where you're constantly adapting that part of yourself. If you've never been put into that situation, it's easy to overestimate your ability to say, oh, I can do that, no problem. I'll run back into that, blah, 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 blah. And you do something like that mindlessly, and you end up the same. But a military personnel sees something like this, they're not going to run the opposite direction. And that's kind of how I grew up as a kid. I didn't grow up around firefighters, cops, and stuff like that. The military. My grandpa was in the military, but he was already out a long time before I was born and never talked about it. My dad became a cop like around when I was like 10 years old. I have one other uncle that's in the military. My stepdad was in the Marines way back in the day. Again, I wasn't surrounded constantly by military, law enforcement, firefighters. My childhood created these things for me. How the life I lived as a child created all this stuff for me. And it wasn't like, oh, dreams, childhood dreams, oh, childhood. No, it wasn't. It was seeing people suffering, seeing massive losses of life, seeing things that seemingly are uncontrollable. Those are the things that built me into wanting to do a lot of the things I wanted to do as a kid. Being a firefighter, being a cop, being military, being a politician, being a lawyer, being all these things that kids are like, I want to grow up to be a doctor. As a matter of fact, that's the last thing I wanted to be. Doctors were not someone I looked up to as a kid. Because as a kid, all I ever saw was doctors making decisions against someone's health. Doctors being not good people, very rarely seeing a good doctor, one that has some type of empathy or sympathy or moral alignment. I didn't grow up around doctors being the good guys. I grew up around doctors being just as easily corrupted as anybody else. Same with lawyers and all that. But how I saw law, law was way different. You can control it. You can control the aspects, the outcomes, everything leading up to it, the use of it. Can't do that with health. Health is a untamable monster. Regardless of how much we try, it's untamable. You cannot tame health. You can be healthy for your lifetime, but the things you do to stay healthy aren't guaranteed to work for every single person. Maybe people like you, but not everybody. Health is way too subject to change. There's too much variation, and good, bad, all the in between. It's too much of it all over the place. And I'm not really a big fan of not being able to calculate even the smallest piece of it. That's why I take care of me, take care of my buddy. I don't think about it other than that. And it actually goes back to what I always say, that we need to stop allowing people who just want to work a job because it's a job to get a lot of these jobs. Because we're having people becoming firefighters and law enforcement, military, politicians, lawyers, Kroger baggers who don't belong in these positions. And it's not that they're doing the company a disservice, because they are, but they're doing the customers and the people that actually belong in those jobs. They're doing them a disservice, because that person that belongs in the job can't get that job. So they got to go and settle for another job that's not in their wheelhouse, which takes that job away from another person who should be in that job. And so they got to go and get a different job that's not in their wheelhouse. And you kind of keep going until we have a bunch of people in jobs they don't belong in, they don't really qualify to be in, taking up space, causing people who belong in those jobs to have to go and be in a job that they don't belong in, taking up space, while people that belong in those jobs can't get those jobs and have to go and get a different job that they don't belong in. And it keeps on this cycle of people not belonging in the jobs they're working in. That's why we have the video game industry looking like a whole ass scam. Politicians look like criminals. And sexual deviants. Lawyers breaking the law. Judges obstructing justice. Law enforcement agencies standing in the way of other law enforcement agencies. This is why all this stuff is so out of place. Is because people are able to take up jobs that they don't belong in.
To beat into the empty minds of a lot of people that are trying so hard to justify it is that the
Looks like AI. That's funny. You can see once he switches the papers, she realizes, oh man, I'm in the wrong seat. He's like, don't worry about it. It happens. That's funny. He's such an evil guy. Vladimir Putin is an evil guy. He's trying to take over the world. I mean, we are being told that. We are definitely being told that. Stop this. Stop this. These are all optical illusions. If one glass is, if this glass fills up all these glasses, that's because this glass is, that's actually not. This is getting rid of trauma. But no, I remember like way back we saw like the optical illusion thing where people were like, yeah, no, all the Starbucks cups are the same size. No, they're not. And this right here is kind of how you know they're not the same size. It's because if this glass fills up all three of these glasses, obviously not at the same time, but if you take the liquid in this glass, pour it into here, and it fills it all the way up, all that means is the amount of width, how wide this glass is the same, holds the same volume of water as this glass. It's the same sized glass, just set up differently. The volume isn't elongated, it's widened. And that's how the Starbucks cups and all that stuff works. Those people, they're creating an optical illusion with essentially the same size cup, just different sizes or different size appearances. Because again, if the cup is this tall, but it's like this friggin' wide, it's going to hold the same liquid as a cup that's this tall. So, and another one is if you fill up a cup this tall with ice and then put liquid in it and then take all the ice out of it, that water level is going to be like, shh, because the ice is increasing the water level. Ice still has mass, so it's going to increase the water level. So don't fill up a cup with ice, put liquid in it, then fill up a cup with just liquid and say, look how much less they give you. They're cheating you when they give you ice. No, they're not cheating you when they're giving you ice. Most people prefer their drinks to be ice cold. So they default to everybody gets ice, and it's the same scoop of ice everybody gets. Just when you take out the ice, you're going to have more actual liquid. So fill it up with ice, fill it up with liquid, let the ice melt, and what you'll see is the liquid will come up to where the ice level is, because the mass of the ice, or it might not go all the way up, because the ice, the space in which the ice takes up, it doesn't change until the ice starts melting. And while, yes, it's going to give that mass to the liquid, there's still a lot of dead space that's going to be in there. There's going to be dead space because ice still has air bubbles and pockets in it. Ice still has little reservoirs all the way through it. It's not, it's very hard to get an ice block 100% solid all the way through. There's going to be a fall off somewhere in that block. You have to 100% control every bit of the outcome before, during, and after you freeze a liquid to make sure that is a through and through solid block of ice. So even with the ice cubes from your ice tray, there's going to be space in there, negative space in there, that isn't going to be filled by a liquid. And when it melts, it's not going to be refilled with the liquid that the ice is. So your water level will drop. It will drop to account for that negative space. But filling your glass up with ice and then filling it up with liquid isn't stealing from you. It's saying that you're okay with the back end of your drink being water, or being a super diluted form of the drink you're drinking. That's it. That's all you're agreeing to. You're agreeing to be fine with Very diluted drink. So if you don't want to feel like you're being robbed, don't put ice in your stuff. Don't put ice in your stuff. Otherwise, you'll always feel like you're being robbed and stolen from and cheated and looking like an idiot. Because you are. You're an idiot if you think ice is stealing from you. If you think putting ice in your drink is a way for a company to steal from you. No. If that was the case, they would make their machines only fill up to a certain amount, throw the top on it. The top would be 100% opaque, and you wouldn't be able to see even the liquid brushing against the top. If they really wanted to steal from you, they would do stuff like that. They would close off the cup to where you couldn't see the liquid inside Starbucks. So, but this is actually correct. This is how trauma works. But how it actually works is all these glasses are together. The trauma fills all of them, and only one of them gets to get the clear liquid. So that once all the traumas run out of that space, it can start pushing the trauma out of another space. Because that's exactly how trauma works. It's not you get trauma to one glass and then you're just using one bit to get rid of the trauma. No. Trauma will fill all of your glasses. And it takes a lot more than one glass worth of cleansing to get rid of your trauma. No, you're going to be doing it quite often. And even then, all these might be clear, but trauma's trying to find its way back into one of these glasses or all of them. That's how trauma works. Again, this is why you don't believe these people at all. They're all liars. Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't be married. Maybe you shouldn't be married. If you got to sneak beer because your wife is a Karen, then you probably shouldn't be married. That's awesome. I want it. I want it now. I need to 3D print it. Because it's easy to 3D print. Super easy to 3D print. You embed some magnets or a magnet in here. Pretty much you could just put magnets up, like 4 or 5 magnets up and down this, where you can just change the positioning. Because no matter what, it's not going to fall over. It's not going to fall over. So you just put magnets up and down it and have the magnet in the hands and just position them wherever. That's really cool. I like that. This is someone stealing someone else's video. They duplicate it so that they can steal it. Now you're gonna do commentary on someone's video. Don't steal it. It's not that hard to do commentary over top of someone else's video. Talk over portions of the video. Pause the video. You cause an interruption. That's basically how you do it. You interrupt the video. And boom, you can use almost any video. Yeah. You can see it. You can see, I was going to say it's AI because this. You don't see the shovel go up but an inch, but it comes right back down and the car's untouched and unscathed. That's how you can tell it's AI. That car would have been destroyed. That's cool. Nikola Tesla was a genius. We don't see him like that anymore. Dude just spit it onto his plate and wiped his mouth. What's that that video? Women will look at this and be like, hell yeah. Women will look at this and say, hell yeah. And same reaction a dude would give on some dude shit. Hell yeah. I want one. Yeah, he got him hockey playered up. Damn. I mean, his punches were like from potatoes. They've been cooked. Dude had no power behind his punches. Yes. It's exactly how it would be. That's why I'd hardly use Chrome. I use it for like every once in a while I'll use it for stuff, but for the most part I've not been really using it. Mm-hmm. No, it's not. It's not a great solution. It's stupid. And that's why it takes all the people front, people behind, like hundreds of people. Why it takes hundreds of people. Seen that video? Eddie Vedder climbing up to the thing. Of course she is. Because, yeah, I do. I'm with Candace. I believe TPUSA and Erica Kirk had Charlie killed. I believe they both had a hand in it. The company and her. And funny enough, Candace isn't being sued for that. She's being sued for something else. Something way different. I think it's a defamation lawsuit. But it's not about that though. It's a defamation lawsuit about something completely different. Not really it's not that it's unrelated. It's just it's not the fact that Candace has said like accused. No, it's about the money. It's about money. The defamation lawsuit is about money and not about her accusing TPUSA and Eric Kirk of being the ones that killed Charlie Kirk. And she's even said she said it. She thinks that it's because Charlie was pulling out of the Israel thing, which is why they killed him. That lady right there. That's how you do it. I was gonna say, you get it, you shoot it across real fast, and that stone, how heavy that stone is, will stop it, son of a bitch, and it's dead in its tracks once it realizes all the inertia's gone. Once the inertia's gone out of that initial push, the stone will be able to take over. And that's when it kind of slow boats it all the way to the 100. I knew it's the moment this lady pushed it. The moment she pushed it, and it went flying right to the middle before it like hit a wall and then dropped straight down like a thud. I knew it. Like, man, she's played. She's played. Yeah. That's for shouting right there. You seen her tactic, but in that first shot, you seen it. It didn't get its roll. The push was too hard with no rollback. No rollback. Nope. You can tell. Too soft. The push off's too soft. It gains too much spinning momentum and keeps going. Because each drop's gonna keep it. It's gonna add to rotation. You want to skip a bunch of rotation and have the deceleration happening. Yeah, I loved stuff like that. This right here is exactly the decision that would be made in real life. That just radio. Like, we got some weird stuff going on. But this is exactly how they'd react. Outmanned and outgunned.
Fuck was that?
Mm-hmm. Exactly how it'd work. But you better believe the police response would be immediate. LeBron James is such a fucking clown. And the crazy thing is, I actually looked up to him when he first hit the NBA when he was 18 years old, because I was same age. Him and I are the same age, around the same age. I was ecstatic to see a new Jordan. But then that light quickly faded when he started opening his mouth. I mean, I can understand you have that kind of confidence in yourself, but then you're leading with arrogance. By his 21st birthday, he had left the debate, in my opinion. By LeBron James's 21st birthday, he had already left that GOAT debate. He won't ever be the greatest of all time. Greatest of all time doesn't have to put on a show. Like, their skills put on the show, not their mind frame. Because that's what LeBron James is. The mind frame he's in every time is where the show is. He's a good player, but he could have been even better if he would have kept his mind under control, kept his ego in check. But no. Samsung, Nokia, Motorola, Jinko jeans. Okay. Oh goodness. I don't know how my mom be getting good stuff. My mom gets really good stuff. Singer Strange. Damn! I'll take this one. You wouldn't have to act all cool if you got some bitches on your dick. Was good. Is he afraid? Why Dana? Why did he look? He looked scared as hell. Like he didn't even want to do it. Like somebody dared him to. Like I dare you to do it. I dare you to put the belt on him. You won't, pussy. Like he looks scared. Why did he look scared? Like, can't you fight, guy? Yep. It's not a trick if you have to ruin stuff to do it. Yeah, good thing the roads aren't made out of whatever the hell that is. Uh, home run. I knew the moment it came off the bat, it was going to be a home run. Damn. You got to watch this in full. My man is stoking it up.
Stopping or what? What are you doing? Good pick, good pick, good pick. Oh boy, nope.
Said drop cigar. Hold on.
What are you doing? You pulling over? What are you doing, buddy?
Oh, wait, I want to see what throws out. He threw it out. Oh man, now he's pissed.
Over? What are you doing, buddy? Turn off the car! Come on, stand up, stand up. Be a man. Man, I had to throw out my cigar. I apologize.
I told you he was mad. I told you he's mad. That's a fat stogie. Damn. My man spent $35.17 on that cigar and he made him toss it out the window. He was mad. So mad. In fact, he brought it up after the fact. That's great. That is great. I called it too. I said he's mad. You knew, you seen it. Oh, I hated this. I mean, you find a lot of money though. I'm not even gonna lie. You find tons of my. I'm not even gonna go into how much money you do find doing that job, but it is a dirty, disgusting job because human beings are absolutely gross. I think it's this one. I've actually seen people eat chicken like that. I have a tactic where I saw somebody do it before, where they take the drumstick, you push it, set it down, top fat side down, and you kind of push it. And you do the same thing on the other side, but you kind of cup your fingers over the top, like you're about to do that to its head, and you push it down, and it'll separate everything else. Because it separates the first time we push it down, and then it separates again when you push it down again. But drumsticks are easy. You don't even need to do that. You put a drumstick in your mouth, take your teeth against the bone, run it through the meat into the bone, and then twist it. And your teeth will separate all the meat all the way around the bone. Well, what about the gristle? As you're pulling the bone out, you grab it by the gristle and pinch it with your teeth, and you yank all of that off. And you drop the whole bone onto the plate. The flats are the ones where you could either do the press down, but I recommend before you press them down, take them and twist it. It twists the two bones that run through it, because there's two bones that run through it. Fat one and a thin one. If you take those bones, you'll be able to grab it and feel them, twist them, and then push them down. You'll be able to slide both of those bones and the gristle ends right up out of the meat, and you'll be able to toss the whole meat package in your mouth. But I've seen people take it in and it's like, meh, rip it out. But no, this is definitely AI for sure. You can tell. Just savoring it too much. There's too much savoring happening. It's not how you eat chicken wings. You don't savor chicken wings. Watched this yesterday. I analyzed the footage differently. I didn't see this part. I wasn't doing this comparison. My comparison is of the video footage, the dropping of the gun, the hand placements, the body, the way the body is, because all of that. That to me, what I analyzed yesterday works more than one of the officers carrying a gun. This doesn't hurt and most certainly helps, but this, I mean, we've analyzing the footage itself, we've already established a not an absolute, but more or less like it's going to be hard to argue self-defense and argue fear of your life and fear of lives around you. It's harder to argue for that than it is for the execution side. And that's because of what the footage shows. What the footage shows going through, even with the definition we have. If I had, put it this way, what I can analyze in a massive fall off in definition and be very good at it, because you'll see it come out. I called it yesterday. We'll see it come out. We'll get the all of the ins and the outs. If it's told right and told truthfully, We'll get all the ins and the outs. And when it does, I will be right. I will be right, and the video footage will be of the whole altercation alone will be 90% of the evidence used for whatever decisions are going to be made. That's how high the footage that I analyzed is going to sit up in the food chain, as opposed to this. It's not wrong, not missteps. This is 100% going to be in there, but it's going to be lower in the food chain, a lot lower. It's going to be like, once the argument is after analyzation of the footage and blah, 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 with the footage and the footage of the incident and the incident and the footage, it was determined, which is also backed up by, this will be support. This is going to be the supporting evidence. This will not be the carrying evidence. The video and what I analyzed yesterday will be the supporting and the carrying evidence. Because again, the body cam footage is going to be a lot higher definition. It's going to be closer. You're going to see exactly what's happening. Person to person. Yes, there's going to be scuffle, but you also have, 3 or 4 agents in that one vicinity. So you're going to have a lot of angles of footage to look at. You'll be able to stop them on frames and be able to identify pieces as things are going. But as I said yesterday, and I analyzed the footage yesterday, from what I see, the gun only makes its appearance outside of being verbally said when the physical altercations, and it's not when it starts either. That's why I was saying it's not like the police or even him went in and jostled it free instantly but lost control of it. No, I believe the gun making its appearance at the time it did is because of the physical altercation over time. Being yanked on, trying to yank away, being yanked on, trying to yank away. It's tug of war. And a gun that's not secured, like everything else on his body is secured. If the gun's not present, the only thing that's going to give way is the fabric that's being yanked on. It's going to eventually be at its stress, like at its maximum amount of stress, and then it's going to start tearing. That's if you subtract the gun out of there. Seeing as the gun is not actually attached, it's just sitting in a holster, then that's what detaches from the body because it's not secure. Well, why didn't his hat fall off? Why didn't the things he was just wearing on his head fall off? It's because they weren't yanking at his noodle. They were yanking at his jacket, his shirt. They were yanking at his waist. They were yanking at his lower extremities. His head wasn't being wrapped up. I guarantee you, the moment his head goes like this and does any type of movement like that, trying to weasel out of anywhere, that hat comes off. There's enough force in the movements to throw the hat off the head. It would have to be restricting circulation around his noggin in order to not come off with any type of mild force. But again, his head's not being yanked at and yanked on, and it's not being shoved into places and yanked out of places. No, his midsection and his torso are the most action of the entire altercation. All of the movement is taking place in the midsection. So a gun that's not secured, actually secured to somebody's waist, being yanked on in a game of tug of war with themselves and the police or the law enforcement, it's bound to be a thing. It's bound to jostle things free. And trying to spend he was carrying it's like 19 cases. He's carrying a bunch of extra rounds of ammunition. Who cares? Who cares? If he was actually down there intending to hurt people, he would have started firing shots the moment ICE got on scene. He's not that intelligent where he's gonna, oh, I'm gonna wait for the perfect time. Not that intelligent. Like, he put his belief system on the internet for people to see. I'm not gonna say he's not intelligent because of that. I'm just, the fact that he's not intelligent for going down to something like that, heavily armed, makes him not intelligent. That's what makes him not intelligent. And in my opinion, it's a step even earlier than that. The fact that he got wrapped up in this whole narrative makes him not intelligent. I don't care if he was a nurse. I know a lot of stupid people that somehow are nurses. They have their little nurse license. Not anybody I associate with, but I know people who they couldn't argue with themselves and be right about their own argument. Just put it that way. They are less than intelligent. But they've become nurses. It's remembering things. It's not really... I mean, my sisters, my cousins, everybody in my family will tell you it's not that hard to be a nurse, to become a nurse. The hardest thing to do as a nurse is to continue being a nurse. That's the hardest thing. So, but I'm not bashing his lack of intelligence because he's a nurse. No, I'm bashing his lack of intelligence because he went to a protest heavily armed. Going to a protest heavily armed brings it to the border of between protest and riot. It's just one bad decision away from being a riot. So that's where his intelligence fall off is. Not because of his views, not because of who he is, not because of the job he had, the color of his skin. Because he looked white to me. He's like a tanned white guy. Again, it's because of the decisions he made that led to where it happened. That's why he's not intelligent to me. And it's not to step on his grave. It's also saying some decisions should be thought through a little bit further. Like, if you have to think about, should I carry my gun to do this? Then you're probably in an area you don't belong in. And that goes for, if you feel like you gotta, in order for you to go to the grocery store to get groceries today, you have to carry your gun on you, then you don't belong in the neighborhood you're in. And it also says something about the neighborhood that is too. If that's what people have to think before they leave their homes, then the officials that are running that city, that state, the country, they're not doing their jobs. Because if they were doing their jobs, crime wouldn't be rampant. It wouldn't be so rampant that people would either A, not go outside because they don't have the ability to protect themselves, and you never know what could happen out there. Even if it's a low chance, there's still a chance. There's still a very good chance in most of these inner cities, most of these cities where most people live. The chance is creeping up to a 50% chance in a lot of places. And that's because the people that are running the cities, people that are running the states are frauds. They're frauds. And if a new person comes in who's an opposing person to them and nothing gets fixed, that means they're frauds too. And if this side's frauds, that side's frauds, what side's not frauds? None of them. They're all frauds. All of them are frauds. Because as we've seen from my entire life, one argues that the other one's bad. Okay, you take over. They take over, nothing changes. Some cases gets worse. Okay, what happened there? Oh, there's just so much going on, we just couldn't. Okay, well, let's go back to plan B with somebody different on the other side or in the middle or wherever. See what happens. Oh, go figure. Much more of the same. That's because they're all frauds. Regardless of their political creed. It's a guarantee they got them. I guarantee the Republicans have their little creed for the Republicans. The Democrats got their little creed. All the little sects of independence got their little creed. That's why I will always and forever say I'm non-political. Not meaning I won't talk about politics and I don't pay attention to politics. It means I refuse to play a rigged game. I'm a gamer. Playing a game that I figure out that the pattern is for me to always lose, I don't play that game for very long. I learn the pattern, learn that that's the pattern and continues throughout. And I don't even make it an eighth of the way through some games in some cases, let alone getting even halfway through these games in some cases. No. When I start seeing that the pattern is rigged against me pattern, I don't play no more. Nah. Oh, why would I do that? I already struggle with enough things that go on with me than to sit here and have to struggle playing a game that's rigged against my favor, against even the well-being of me. Like, it's not like in video game world, I can get past it because it's rigged. Some games are rigged against enjoyment. Like, they don't want you to actually enjoy the game. They want you to work. They want you to really work, because to them, that's how you have the ability to, yeah, you don't get to cheer unless you work. Some game makers, to them, that's the reward. It's to watch most of the player base fail while only the strong survive. Politics is the same way. It is literally the same way. It's rigged completely against you and against enjoyment. So that's what I mean when I say I'm non-political. Because I won't buy into your shit. Two default things in the world I don't eat. Hominy is number one. I learned as a kid it's gross and it smells bad and it tastes weird and it feels weird in my mouth. So I don't eat hominy. I can think about it and it scars. I can taste it and feel it. And, no. Hominy, no. The second thing is like an umbrella, but I mean, essentially, because it can be looked at in different ways. Second thing is I don't eat shit. I don't eat literal shit. And I don't eat the shit that people feed me. They try to feed each other, me, anybody they come in contact with. I don't eat that shit. And if you're trying to feed it to me, you're going to have a bad day. Because I'm going to treat it like hominy back in the day. And like, nope, get that shit out of my face. No, I don't eat shit. Don't feed me shit. Don't try to feed me shit. whether it's literal or proverbial. I don't want none of that shit. And all this back and forth hating one another because I'm a Democrat or Republican or independent. I don't need that shit. And I ain't sure shit ain't gonna eat it. And that's why all this is happening. This is why we're having stupid people go down and be tested on how stupid they actually are. And they're getting killed by their opposition. My ops are the government and they got me. It's because you made your ops the government. Well, I made my ops the government, but I also made my ops bad people in general. And again, the only way for my ops for me to shut up as my ops would hope would be for them to put a caliber on it. If you ain't got a caliber on it, then even then, you better hope I don't see you coming. You better hope I don't see you coming. You better do your job and do it quick. And you better hope I don't survive. Because if you try, and I do, there's a 100% chance that you don't. Especially if I get my goddamn hands on you. It's not turning on MAGA. What are you talking about? For one, Asmongold's not even a MAGA person. He's not even really politically affiliated. If you ever hear him talk, he will agree that Donald Trump is an idiot with some of the stuff he's doing and not doing. Say he's doing and then not doing. He calls Donald Trump an idiot. He calls the Republican administration idiots when they do stuff that they need to be held accountable for. He said multiple times Pam Bondi needs fired. She needs impeached. He said many a times one of the biggest blunders of this administration isn't going to be allowing their ops to radicalize their subordinates into fighting the federal government. The biggest failure of this administration is going to be the whole Epstein files thing, because they were voted into office for it. You can say they were voted into office for gas and groceries. But they weren't. They were not voted into office for gas and groceries. They were voted into office for the Epstein files. Let's Epstein files and immigration. Those are the two biggest things that we wanted. Did you take care of those two things? Everything else starts to fix itself. You don't understand. Maybe I'm just seeing a line that doesn't actually exist, because this is what the line that I'm seeing. Fucking hair out of my eyes. This is the line that I see. The reason the Epstein files, in my opinion, the reason the Epstein files and immigration are seemingly hand in hand and would alone kill inflation, kill the cost of living going out of control, private equity taking over the world, corporations having any and all their barriers taken out so that they can just become the villains in Despicable Me. You take care of those two things, it does start fixing all of that. It really does. And this is how. All the perpetrators on the Epstein list, all of them outed. Boom, tomorrow, outed. We know every single one of them from top to bottom. And we know a lot of them at one point in time, or still currently, hold powerful positions, whether it's in politics, law enforcement, or private sector money, if you will, corporations. If we find out all of them are running our world, we start cleaning up that part of our world. And when that part of our world starts to get cleaned up, the trickle-down effect, that's trickle-down economics that's supposed to be how this country works, actually does happen. Because then you have good people starting to take hold in these positions. Because it's not just this person gets hit. No, all their friends, all their family that is connected to it all, they're done. They're done. They no longer and never will ever again be able to hold any type of power. It crushes every one of their family legacies in the future, in the past. Everything that they were part of gets rewritten. And that's when things do need to get rewritten. That's when we do need to start ripping down statues, taking nameplates off of buildings, repurposing funds and billions. Properties get upended and turned into 14 neighborhoods worth of homes. These people should be prosecuted into oblivion because they've built their power, built their control, and built their empires on the stuff that the people in the Bible threaten the world with. Like, this is what happens when you go to hell. This is what these people are actually doing. They're living embodiments of the hellfire and brimstone. Whether it's actually how they live or not is irrelevant. They are putting the world through such torment for power, for money and control, and for it to continue to exist long after their dust. We get rid of those people, it all starts to trickle down. And not just here, because they exist across the world. Prince Andrew, Bibi Netanyahu, I would guarantee he is part of the upper echelon of all of it. Zelensky, the Macrons. You get these people gone, the world starts to heal. It starts to heal. Then we can actually take care of things like illegal immigration, where people that, I mean, again, if you have to sneak in here, break in here, skip the line in front of your own countrymen to get in here, then you don't belong here. Because like I said a few days ago, illegally moving into another country is the living embodiment of anarchy and chaos. Because as I explained, their mind, I'm not bound by rules, I'm not bound by laws. I'm better than everybody else. I deserve special treatment. I should be able to live anywhere I want to without any consequence. That is what's sacrificed whenever you build a country. That ideology. Because that ideology is the natural law, the natural order. And in order for a country to survive and prosper, you have to sacrifice that bit of natural law and order, the natural law and the natural way of things actually work. I call it IRL RNG, real life random number generation. And it's literally taking a D20 die and all through life. Being able to choose to kill people if you wanted to, steal from people if you wanted to, commit sex crimes if you wanted to, be a completely unbearable human being if you wanted to. That's the natural law and order. No one's stopping you from being able to do that. But at the same time, no one being able to be stopped from doing that to you as well. It's chaos. It's anarchy. So regardless of even the punk world, chaos and anarchy, they don't actually believe that. They don't actually believe that. Because they know in a true chaos and anarchy world, their chance of survival dwindles very, very low. So you cannot have illegal immigration and have a prosperous country. It does not work. Even the philosophy of it doesn't work. Not to mention how impractical it is. I'm breaking it down to these stupid, simplistic things. It's not practical because the logic doesn't exist for it. There's no logical reason to accept someone illegally into your country. Because you cannot account for what they're doing. Good, bad, ugly, indifferent. It doesn't matter. You cannot account for someone that's not legally there, not legally registered to your country. They could commit crimes like a lot of them do. They go 20 years committing crimes. Only reason they're caught is because ICE is out in numbers. It's the only reason they're getting caught now, because they've never been tested. Again, this is why those two things are the single most important things for us to get in control right now. And if you're saying no, it's gas and groceries, no, it's because you're just now having to worry about gas and groceries. Let's pull back a little bit. Because there are a lot of us that never stopped worrying about gas and groceries. And seeing as we've been worrying about those our entire lives, what's the use in worrying about them right now? What we're seeing has made a lot of this worse is the worst people in society being allowed to control us, steal from us, and then steal us. Well, while everybody else is being told, no, this is normal. So no, if you're just now worried about gas and groceries, put on the brakes. Some of us don't have the luxury to just now tune in to a regularly scheduled program. I'm in my 40th season. Some people are in their 50th seasons, 60th seasons. Some of y'all are just tuning in to your first season, having been around for about 60 seasons. Not saying I've been paying attention for 40 years, but I don't remember when I wasn't paying attention, to be honest with you. Even as a kid, I was still very much so tuned into life. Maybe it's because I've had a near-death experience. Like, I've hit that plane to crossing over to the other side. Maybe that's why I've always been tuned in. Because that happened to me when I was at like, I think it was like 5 years old, 4 or 5, 3, 4, 5, somewhere around there. I was very young, but I remember it. I actually remember us in the McDonald's. I remember us in the McDonald's, and I don't remember much after until like my brain tuned back in to reality and existence. It could have been a couple years before my brain re-clicked back into reality. My childhood memory is very spotty. Some core things I can pull out, but a lot I can't. But I could tell you at the exact moment in which I fell out. And we were sitting at McDonald's. I always wondered what it was when I was a kid, because I was told the story a couple times when I was younger, but I think it was being purposely misrelayed. Because I was an asshole kid. I was mean to my brother. Not really like bullying him, like beating up on him and physical with him. No, I was kind of a jealous kid. Jealous and very protective of my things, my toys, my stuff. I didn't like him play with any of my stuff. I was an asshole kid. I'm still an asshole, but I'm not an asshole for no reason to people. If I'm an asshole to you, you've earned it. Just know that you've earned it. Maybe not then, but you've earned it, and I'm the pay. I'm the bill come due. So if you encounter me in the instance I'm an asshole, just know that that's just a bill from past services rendered that you never paid for. I'm the bill. I mean, I was just protective of my stuff as a kid. I didn't like my brother playing with my stuff, but I was also an idiot too. So when he would play with toys, my small little toys, I wouldn't take them and run away and hide them. No, I would take them and then shove it up my nose and hide it in my nasal cavity. And they used to have it for a long time. I don't remember what happened to it, but they had a Ziploc bag. It was a small little Ziploc bag, and the bottom of it was just a whole bunch of stuff. And I kept shoving things into my nasal cavity, and it blocked my airway and caused breathing problems. And that McDonald's trip, it was very hot. My body was lacking oxygen. My brain was lacking oxygen, and I fell out. My mom, being young, didn't know what to do. Didn't have health insurance or money. Couldn't really run me over to the hospital. So, I mean, we lived around the corner. So she took me home because they thought I had heat stroke. It was just like a heat stroke or some type of heat. They thought I was a heat casualty. Just needed to get me home and in the water and whatever, but realized that something was very wrong. And I guess my mom's in the bathroom screaming, and some random lady, my mom didn't know who she was. She heard her I guess was walking down the street, heard my mom screaming and crying, came running, like almost knew exactly where to run to, ran down the side of my grandmother's house into the door, the back door, which was on the side of the house that leads essentially led right into the bathroom. And the old bathroom was it basically stretched from one end of the house to the other, the whole width of the house. That was the back of the house, was the bathroom. And that's what she did. She like flung the door open, in, and right to CPR. Finally got me breathing, and then Like she told my mom how, like, mom was like, I guess shocked. Like, who were you? Where did you come from? She's like, I heard you. I was coming down the street and I heard you. And I guess she was a nurse at Mount Carmel West, which was where she was heading to. Ran in, CPR, got me stabilized, took me over to the hospital, made sure nothing was wrong. Mom never talked to that lady again. Never talked to her, never encountered her ever again, never saw her at Mount Carmel ever. And my mom had 2 more children after my brother, both at Mount Carmel West. Never again ever saw that lady, ever again. It's a big hospital, but she never saw her again. I never pressed. My mom's super religious. I don't like to tread on my mom's spirituality and her religious belief. Not saying it's fragile. It's just her and I have this relationship about things like that. And I try not to prod the belief system side of it as much as I do the parody side. I don't care to get people offended about the jokes I make and the parodies and the different ways of thinking about it. She loves it. She thinks it is one of the most imaginative things she's ever thought of. Like, the first time we ever had a conversation about it was not about this whole situation, because that came years later after COVID. But no, the first time we had a conversation about, and I gave her the imagination side of how I view religion, I called Jesus the world's first pimp. And she's like, you shouldn't say that. I'm like, wait, Mom, hold on. You're thinking of a pimp like Snoop Dogg wearing a big old fur coat and a cane. Like, while yes, if you put that stuff back in that time, yeah, he probably would have been. Probably would have been walking around a cane and a pimp coat and like, yeah, girl, what's up? But no, Jesus was a pimp of the time, because what person do you know that could spit some mystical craziness like that and end up with more friends? And not to mention, like, people thought so highly of him, they likened him to being able to walk on water. Like, when you hold someone in such high regard, you say that they can walk on water. Yeah, it's going back to like being likened by Jesus, but maybe that's what it was. He was just so loved by everybody, and they were so enamored by him that to them, symbolically, he walked on water. Like, the dude could not get wet. Like, you couldn't phase him. And if you think about a pimp, you can't phase a pimp. You can't phase a pimp. And then she's like, well, what about the water, the wine, the foreseeing his own death, calling himself the Son of God? I'm like, you think a pimp don't think of themselves as God or like the next best thing to God? Why do you think they carry themselves in such high regard? They don themselves in the best attire, talk in the most smooth of ways. Everything they do has got to be like fluid, and it's like some type of liquid just moving around, unfazed by any barrier. Like, you think of it that way, you're literally just described God. And I'm like, the water to wine thing? Shit. That just says that Jesus, if you need a party to pop, call Jesus. He's got all the party favors. When I said that, she fell out. She lost it. She said, I have never, ever heard anybody say it that way. And it doesn't even sound bad. She said, you should write that into a movie. I'm like, I would. But it wouldn't get watched by anybody but a very niche crowd, and I would probably get canceled by the faith goers. And then we went into a little bit more serious. I was like, but it does call into a lot of questions, though. If you were to take any of these stories and to think about it different ways, it would make you really pull back on how hardcore and beating of that book you are about all of this. Because I just entertain the ideas and stuff. Not really entertain them and like, go out trying to see if you can artificially inseminate a woman from nowhere. No, it's just like I like entertaining these ideas and speaking them out into the world. Like when I talk about the wise men, Mary and Joseph, was all about it was all a scientific experiment. And that's why I say it doesn't take away the miracle fact of it. To me, that actually reinforces both sides of the argument. And it reinforces the faith miracle side and the science side, because that is the single point in history when they collided head first, much like the moon colliding with the planet. This is my theory on what propelled human evolution to be what it is. Because again, the argument against it's like, it's hard. But not say, oh, if you can't argue against it, haha, I win. No, it's saying that it's like we can't go that direction. So in my opinion, my theory is still a very, very valid theory. Not that's it. It's valid. Meaning to disprove it, parameters have to be set. Certain parameters have to be set where we can get a hold of the variable in question. One of the variables in question for my theory. And my theory is the reason the evolution of human beings like propelled forward like it did, almost to the point where we were able to walk out of the caves and wave to the dinosaurs. Not, I mean, you're talking millions of years, but it's still in the existence of existence. That's still a blink. That's especially how old all of this actually is. And to me, the catalytic parameter that kicked our evolution into overdrive, and it's also why the reason our naturalized evolution stopped, was because of the collision of the moon. The collision of the moon left a lot of lunar remnants behind, a lot of it. I mean, it's a celestial body colliding with another celestial body. So yes, I believe that part of the moon fragmented off during the collision, the same as Earth, fragmented off. And with the parameters that were happening on Earth in that time, the extreme amounts of heat and gases, like raw forms, earliest stage raw forms of these gases and these elements, not diluted over time, like very raw forms of them, mixed with one of the earliest rawest forms of the moon, the element that makes up the moon, because that's also an element. The dust, the rocks, the debris from the moon, if we were to collect any of that from the moon, we would not, to be honest, in my opinion, we probably would find it here on Earth, but it would be within us. And unless we test us against the sample, we wouldn't find it here on Earth. And even then, we've been diluted out over time too. So we might not even contain any lunar remnants at all. We've evolved it out. We've domesticated that out of our DNA. Which is why I believe in my opinion, the Adam and Eve theory doesn't hold up. You can't populate a planet with so many genetic differences and variations from incestuous acts. I mean, you can over time, but you're talking about crushing civilization multiple times because of all of the bad mutations. Maybe that's where the plague and all that comes from. Maybe human beings did start from two people, and that's why we are such a weird amalgamation of problems. It's because we're fighting through an inherently incestuous history. But I like my Christian view on it better, where we're not all built on incest. We're not a civilization built on incestuous acts, but instead we are a civilization built on the collision of the moon mixing with the amoeba and the clay and the sloshing of the water and all the stuff and the things and the hot pot of human. It kickstarted our actual evolution into growing arms and legs and a brain and opposable thumbs, and then eventually standing upright. And the reason we haven't seen that since is because all traces of the moon are gone. It's been absorbed by the planet, evolved out into something else, made into something different. Like, we've gone a lot of millennia working it into our genetic cycle. So we've basically taken the abilities that the moon used to create us, and it's been harnessed into a woman. I'm not saying it's like that kind of mysticality, but that would be the only, in my opinion, the only traces of the moon left are the time in which a woman is bearing a child. I think me personally, but again, it's just me enjoying the nuances of science, the mysticism and intrigue of religion, and then kind of blending the two into a story that makes sense to me. Well, how does any of that make sense? You're talking about a bunch of fantasy world stuff. It's no more fantasy than a fart cloud up in the sky. You're like, human, fuck. To me, that's me. My story makes way more sense than that. So I'm gonna do that. Well, how do you keep from doing bad things? I don't know. If it hurts something, or hurts somebody, then it's probably bad. And you don't have to be, it doesn't have to physically hurt them or physically cause them harm. That also goes into the physical or the metaphysical and the spiritual world too. Because if you're trying to hurt somebody and they're deep down inside, then you may as well just take a knife and start cutting on them. Because those scars on the outside, while they will leave scars, those heal. The stuff inside is way harder to heal. Way harder to heal. Remember this? See if it still pops up. Probably not, because it's been too long. The cup. Cup with the trauma. It's exactly how it is. It's how hurting someone, because that's what trauma is. You can have flesh trauma, surface level trauma, but those heal a lot. A lot of the cases, those will heal, and it would just be left as a story. The inside, The trauma felt inside the body, way harder to heal. Even if it does, it still lingers heavily. It still lingers very heavily, and it is very hard to get it to filter back out. Because remember, even though you've emptied this glass out of all the trauma and filled it up with all the good stuff and the stuff that actually makes the trauma not linger as much, you still got little traces of it left in the other places. You still got trauma from other places. Sticks. It sticks. It's harder to fix. But again, doesn't mean it's impossible to fix it. It takes a lot of work. And you also have to know that as you're working at it, it's going to suck hard. Like, it's going to be one of the worst things you're going to experience. Where was that? He's way down here, though. Yep, right there. Man, my dude looks like a video game character got beat up on. Jeez. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back. Beating are ya? And you got a friend in me. Wait. I realized I was looking for this one earlier. Ooh. That's what Put my nails. Well, for one, Nick Fuentes, while entertaining, I don't agree with a lot of what he says. Especially anything, really a lot of what he says about Tucker Carlson and Candace. And the reason is his opinion on Candace Owens is what it is because she's a woman and he doesn't really like women. I mean, he does, but he's kind of like Andrew Tate. Got done super dirty by a woman and just it molded him in with an outlook on them that he just can't get past. He'd much rather bash them as a whole for what he detests in the few, and just any woman that can get past that, then that means they're actually for me. Now, I was talking to my mom about Andrew Tate because she thinks he's hilarious. She thinks the stuff he says, some of it's true, and she can't stand half of the shit that women do, and she's in agreement with a lot of it. And she was wondering why I didn't agree with them because of all the stuff that I've been through with women. I'm like, that's because the things that I go through with women, like, well, yeah, I do blame myself for most all of it when a lot of cases it's not the case. I don't want to shut off any learning ability that I can gain from women. Like, wow, there are a lot of things that women do that irritate the hell out of me and piss me off, and just like, I'm glad, put me in the mind frame, like, you know, I'm glad I don't have a woman. I'm glad I don't have a girlfriend. I'm glad I don't have a wife. I'm glad I don't have some woman telling me that what I'm doing is wrong, that I need to do more. I need to, but never, this is what I'm going to do to also be better in this whole thing. It's usually, for me, I end up feeling like I'm always being attacked. I'm never doing anything right, never doing enough, and it's always being an attack. I do get into that mode, but I know that not all women are like that, and I'm not going to shut myself down and shut myself off from the ones that aren't seemingly a Karen in wolf's clothing. But that's just my viewpoint of what I've lived through. But again, I also know I'm not the best boyfriend, the best husband, the best lover. I know I'm not the best. I know there's always somebody better. You think I'm worried about any of that? I'm not. Not at all. And to worry myself about it is just wasting time. I got so many other things to worry about, deal with, do, than to be worrying about if a woman likes what I got to say, thinks that I'm mean. You look angry. Oh my God. There's no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Oh, that hurts my feelings in the 0% of it. Like, it don't hurt my feelings. Don't mean to pretend, but it don't hurt my feelings at all. You think I give a shit? You think I care about some other person that has a hard time dealing with what they do every day? You think I care about their opinion on what I should be doing every day? No, get yourself in order. Before you start talking to me, get yourself in order. And having a 6, 7, 8 figure, 12 figure, 100 figure job don't make you better than me. Because I promise you, pick a subject that you're not knowledgeable in, and I am, I will make you question how you became a bajillionaire. Just the same as you can do you talk about your one knowledgeable subject that you have up in your head. You probably talk circles around me in it. But don't think for a second, give me the same opportunity to learn what you learn, I'll be better than you at it. That's where I do hold myself in a high regard and with the utmost confidence. Because if you present me with anything that I can look at and say, I can learn that. If I'm saying I can learn that, just know, if I find that I'm good at it and I like to do it regardless of being paid, oh, you're done. I replace you. I'm the AI that will replace you. I have a stupid ability to adapt to working conditions. I'm a workforce chameleon. Ask anybody at Amazon, ask anybody at the dealerships, ask anybody that I've worked with in the design world, the acting world, anything I've done in my life. Shit, when I was a temp employee working at warehouses, day one, I was a superstar. Everywhere I went, day one, superstar. The only place I wasn't was, and that's because the dude was just jealous he couldn't be part of our crew, was a place called Round 2. And that was because the guy that ran the place was pretty much a criminal. Pretty much a criminal. He ran the place like a slave trade, like OG warehouse slave trade, making Amazon look like they don't even run a business, while at the same time firing people who smoked weed after buying weed off them, pretending to be like some undercover cop who also smoked weed. Because that's what he bought weed. He bought weed off me, or he had somebody buy weed off me once. A week later, I was being told I was released from that position, released from that company in my position, and then he is coming to buy weed off me. I'm like, okay, I see. That's the only place. Other than that, and even then, I was a superstar there too. I was a superstar in that place too. Me and my buddy Tony single-handedly kept the morale high for the workforce. And when they started messing with us, splitting us up, allowing people to complain about us, they broke us up, and the company started falling down. Because my whole crew basically ran that warehouse. My entire crew pretty much ran that warehouse. And we were damn good at our job. We could do any and every job in the place. I could do all the jobs in the place. I was a better leader than the guy that ran the whole building. All his managerial staff, me and my friend alone could run the entire workforce in that. Dude didn't like that. He didn't like that us two could run the entire building and basically put his friends, because those are who his managers and supervisors and people that ran the teams. Those are all his friends, like real life friends. Didn't meet them through work, knew them in real life, and they didn't start that company together. They took it over from somebody else who was also their friend. And the reason my friend stayed around and I was let go is because I didn't take the pushback. Or I pushed back whenever he started to isolate me. Because he started to, like, it started one day I go in, everything's fine. The next day I go in, he moves me across the building, away from everybody. Nobody to talk to, nobody to lead. Everybody who's working in their own little head and their own little station. And I didn't like it. And I brought it up to him. Like, why am I being moved across the building? And I'm literally the only one that this is happening to. He's like, well, we've got complaints and this, that, and the other. I'm like, okay, so people complained about our productivity hindering their productivity. Well, it's not just complete. It went into excuses. I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. So I went back over, did my job, and like a couple days later, he tells me, the quality of your work has really fallen down, so we're gonna have to let you go. Sounds like that was a design you had cooked up, buddy. That's basically what he said when he came to buy weed from me. Basically what he said when he came to buy weed from me. So it's the only job, the only place that I didn't, and that's actually where it started my, you know what? I'm tired of, no, I'm not doing it no more. I'm not going to sit here and bow down to these companies, these dick sucking people, these smug people that think that they are, just because they got nepoed into their jobs and their careers, they're better than anybody. And I've proved it. I've proved it year after year. All the companies I work for, all of them, I'm smarter than every one of the people running it. Every one of them. I might not have the time and experience in there doing that, but the time it takes me to learn their job will make everyone wonder why they dealt with their bullshit to begin with and didn't get them the hell out of there way sooner. I am the bill coming due. I am that one. I am the fucking main character of my fucking story. And if you want to come into my story, you better be happy with being a fucking side character. If not, you'll be made into an NPC and you won't like how I talk to NPCs. And that's how it is. And that's why I say I'm not smart. A smart person wouldn't say that. A smart person wouldn't do that. I'm not smart. I'm not smart. I've already said it a million times. I am an idiot. I am an idiot, and I enjoy it. I enjoy it because ultimately I just have to make sure that I'm telling the truth. I just got to make sure I'm telling the truth. I don't give a shit how you feel about that truth. I mean, just roll it up and then gullet it. Roll it up and slide it down your neck hole. Because I don't care. I mean, it's ultimately why I don't have the support by anybody. But again, I'm not bothered by that. I'm not hurt, not pressed, not bothered. I would like to have conversations with people, but if nobody's wanting to have a conversation with me because they think what I'm saying is intimidating, they don't agree with it, and they don't want to argue. Nobody said any of that. Nobody said I want to argue with you either. I like having conversations, but I sure as shit ain't going to argue with nobody. I ain't got time for that. I'm old and I'm tired. Ain't got time for none of that. I guess we could play Warframe. We did rage out yesterday, but we had been going for eight hours or some shit. I guess got a couple more follows on the activity feed in here. Working right either. Those follows jumped and it did change. I'm just going to close that. Close that. My back foot. You. making some window adjustment. Try to slide all this stuff at the bottom. Perfect. Gives me my full viewer view back, where I have my preview and the live screens are back to normal size. Kind of jacked up. Because when I installed that plugin, it kind of made some window changes that I wasn't ready for. I need to find me my chapstick. Stop chewing on my lips. I mean, they're big. Stop chewing on them. Tube of chapstick sitting right at the edge of the table, just chilling, staring me right in my face, and I've just not gone over to get it. Oh. Probably my nieces and nephew. My niece and nephew. Oh, hell. Probably not. Probably just heat expanded it. That there. Lips be getting dry and cracky. Starting to pop like a crack house. Play some Warframe. Play some Warframe. Playing some of that Warframe.
You're partying? Without me?
Alright. $30? Okay. Let's see who we got. We haven't done Sevagoth. Was one of the last ones we picked up. We got Ureli, Sevagoth. That's it. Till we finish building the other ones. Oh, Avara. Grab out Avara. Yep. So we got like 4. So what I'm gonna do? Let's see. Wave Rider can unleash flood of destruction. Battlefield, you realize aqueous attacks. High damage. Up. Down. 200% critical chance for secondary weapons when she moving for at least. Is that the passive? Yeah. Form 5 water globules that seek out enemies and expand on contact, simultaneously damage and immobilizing their victims. Enemies hit by the globules take increased damage from all sources. Okay. Summon Marilina. Oh, rideable creature. Huh. That's cool. Nice. This is one of the ones you just keep up. Try to keep up all the time. Runs for 25 seconds. The 75 drain. So yeah, you can probably keep that going. But as long as you're killing everything. Probably the best thing to do would be to globule them. And then hit them with that. Because they're going to take increased damage from this. And they're which is going to kill them quick. And when they die, you're probably going to get a large return of energy. Oh, the globule. Riptide. Then this. Yeah, oh yeah. Pretty good. She's going to be the first one with the new coloring. Primary is going to be black, though. Black. Secondary. I don't know if I like that. Secondary. Tertiary. Ooh, no, that's even worse. What was the primary? We'll go secondary. Accents. Leave that. I like that. Ooh, I like that. I do like that. I'm gonna use that. Ooh. Like it even better now. This needs to change. I do like that. We gotta change that. You have a dance floor? No, I didn't mean to do that. Forgot it. It's a loading screen. Oh, get out of here. Completely forgot it was a loading screen. Bad idea. Actually, we don't. We do. Because I think this is... One of these bows are hers. Maybe I don't have her bow, but I thought... Pretty sure she's a bow user. That's her preferred weapon. But I want to level the bolt tour. That's cool. I like that. That's really cool. Oh, already got it. Oh, piss. I guess I'll try this one first. I like that. I really like that. Look at that M1911. That's cool as hell. I like that. By a lot. I like that by a lot. repair look like?
They did. Why don't they just put the letters on this thing in, like, an ABC order? This makes no sense.
Please select destination.
Two more days for Gara. So Gara's still working. That's cool. Oh man, I gotta use the restroom. Still
Always a
same.
pleasure.
Oh, we need
Coming
to
up
check
next.
check sorties. Yep. We're gonna have to change our frame, but we'll get her to 30 and then we'll do the sortie.
What's a dot X?
I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back. here in a bit, I'm probably going to take a break and make me some sesame or some soy wrap rolls using some one of my last couple things of rice pasta. Probably gonna fry them up this time instead of air frying them. Take them and just drop them into a skillet of hot oil, cast iron of hot oil. I mean, thinking about it right now makes me want some. Why? Not even gonna lie, make me hungry just thinking about it. If my hunger starts to become unbearable, I'll probably do it. This is the one that I had a problem with yesterday. It didn't help that I didn't have anybody to. Yes. Nobody playing it. People playing these. No one playing that one.
This sector is home to a Scaldra high-security cache. The Fervon charges will get you inside, but you gotta be quick. They're rigged to self-destruct. Scaldra on high alert! Your window of opportunity to get into the cache is closing! Find the Fervon charges.
Somebody's cooking somewhere.
Scaldra Command is gonna be pissed when we find out what happened to their purge squad. Keep going.
She can make people a little crazy. But I'm lucky I've got my bros to be around.
Oh.
The cache was destroyed. It's okay. We'll make do. time to come home.
Make sure my ring's not dead. Nope, not dead. It's low battery. Probably down to like 5 or 10%. I let it die before I do anything. That's how you kill the life of your equipment, is to keep charging it before it dies. Like, because it's the battery's going to learn the life and it's going to think that it's dead at that life. Probably should have did some upgrading.
Line them up and cut them down.
Tekrot's proper pissed off. Hitters coming out of every nook and crook. I say, let them come.
Time you hit the showers.
Got the worst of it. Now come on home, fam.
Still no antivirus mod.
Please select destination.
22. Go with that.
Plotting route.
$199.
Soldier tried to kill spores in your area, but the tech rot just ate their hell scrubbers.
199 problems and my gun's gonna add to all of theirs. Maybe not my gun. Ooh.
Remember that chili con carne I left in the fridge for 2 months? Let the house scrubbers sit too long, and they'll spawn the same sort of things, but, you know, with a crap ton of predatory hardware. Shoot off any buildup before it converts you to past tense. Hey, don't forget, some Scaldra carry personal Spore X charges for their own safety. Not that they'll do them much good with you around. Scrubber, overwhelmed. Spores coalescing into mutant form. Do something!
Online's not looking for a sixth member. Yeah, we're feeling the love tonight. Are you?
I wish it'd stop grabbing on things.
Another house scrubber, and wherever you are.
We became a group because we were, in fact, people.
No, hell, I did not mean to do that.
Nostalgia is distracted, I'm taking the opportunity to make some new acquisitions. Like this. Don't worry, I'll share. You've done enough. Marking extraction. I mean, you could do more, a lot more. You've really just done the minimum at this point. Do something about that scrubber before it does something about you. Warned you. I totally warned you. And now, it wants to have a conversation.
Somebody really stole somebody's shovel? So lame.
Please select destination.
Drives me nuts when
Oh no. Don't know antivirus mod.
Please select distance. Plotting route.
It's more hell scrub. Oh.
You want to clean her up? You're gonna get those pretty hands dirty. First, I run Amir's fancy little comp sci project to force the hill scrubbers to the surface. Next, I need you to keep them clean and for as long as you can. Got it?
Excuse me. Oh goodness.
You gotta nurse these scrubbers. Keep them clean. Too much spore buildup and you got cold white on your hands. Hell scrubbers are starting to emerge. I gotta hand it to the little guy. He knows how to talk to the appliances. We're ready for you. shot of adrenaline. Not just hell scrubbers coming out of the rot. There's some stuff we might be interested in. Like this. See? My ass is out here on the line too. You hit this mission's minimum threshold. But you didn't come down here to do the minimum, did you? Playing? Shoot that build-up off now! Situation critical!
Oh, we're gonna die.
So, breathing a little easier? Hell scrubber getting puked up. Although it's only puke if it comes out of the tech rot's mouth. That's not a mouth. Deal with that scrubber buildup. Stat!
Whatever, man.
Oh, I can leave.
To critical. Activate a scrubber, set off some Spore X, or get the hell out of there.
Oh my god, why is my motorcycle stuck? Oh hell.
Contamination is total. There's no saving it now. Get out while you can.
Yep, I didn't realize they had all taken off. Is that a potency? Or please be a what I need. Nope. Of course it's a potency. Oh, cool. Classes are canceled tomorrow and Tuesday. I guess I get to work on everything here from here.
Please select destination.
Gives me electric in the bullet jump. Oops. Yeah, I need to make me some food here soon.
Tirelessly to support its queen, the tech rot hoards resources to grow and evolve its legocytes. We will harvest its precious legocytes and nip its growth in the bud. Follow Kalimos. She will track your prey. Kalimos will have the legocytes trail soon. Ensure her safety. Glands, reeking, saturated with hormones, and a sure sign a legocyte is nearby. Kalimos wants a sniff. Kalimos, she needs you now.
Oh, hell.
Faithful Kabat has roused the prey. Bring it down and drain it. It's trying to run. Stop it. Escape is failure. It has been broken. Harvest it. It is done. Either flee to extraction now, or if you have it in you, ask Kalimos to find the next Legasite. Remember, the tech rot evolves quickly, and your next battle will be harder still.
They leaving? Really?
Our feline friend yearns for another hunt. Will you oblige? Find Kalimos. Let her know you're ready. A formidable effort. Do you think you can do more next time?
Takes care of that.
Hey, can I get a spot for...
They're the same ones.
What's a .exe?
Please select destination. Plotting route.
I need to go make some food. I'm hungry as hell. Go make me some some fried soy wraps. So I'll be back in a few. We've been going for about 4 hours, so I'll be back in a few.